Testing. Testing. Okay, I think we are coming through. Welcome to New Farnley Cricket Club in Yorkshire in England for this first of 3 matches between England over 50s and New Zealand over 50s. As you can see, players started. We're 1 and a bit overs in. John Gary just hit a beautiful pickup shot off his legs for 6, taking him up to 7, and Andrew Hoare's off the mark with 1 as well. New Zealand batting first, obviously, winning the toss today. My name's Jim Morris and I'll be with you intermittently throughout the day. Noel Bullock, the England scorer, next to me. I'll try not to bother him too much. We've got Marcus Sharp coming in from the, we'll name the ends in a minute. As we see more runs to John Gary, bit of a half edge, half guide down to the vacant third man area. Picks up another 4. Right, so that's the end of the second over. 10 runs, I think, coming off it with that beautiful pickup shot. Short boundary here on the left of screen as you look at it. Quite a long boundary on the other side. We're playing on a pitch which is, well, how many pitches are on this block? Lots. We're towards the left-hand side of the block. Paul Dover will start his second over. Flowing grey hair. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Andrew Hoare, who took a single off the first ball he faced and hasn't faced since. Oh, he's going to pick up runs, and 4 of them with a false shot. It was an inside edge, but it raced across the boundary here. Pretty dry, the outfield. Haven't had a lot of rain here, I don't believe. And that one just whistled down to the boundary right behind the keeper for 4. Andrew Hoare, fresh off that world record innings against Scotland. 158 he scored, breaking the record for the highest score in all over 50s international cricket. But a new challenge against stronger opposition. Shout from the bowler and keeper, but not 100% convinced that it was out, and the umpire was 100% convinced that it was not out. Good take by the keeper. Who's the keeper today? Craig Russell. He's a relative newcomer to the England side, isn't he, this season?
Yeah, former New Farnley player.
Okay, he's playing at his home ground of New Farnley. Craig Russell. Nice take from him. So welcome to anyone who's watching, whether you're here in the UK or back home in New Zealand, where it's just a tick after 11 PM on a Sunday night. Firm drive, he's beaten the field at extra cover, and based on what we've seen from the outfield today, that should go for 4, and it does. Trickles over the rope now, just in front of the seats and the main pavilion. We're sitting in the, I think they call it the hut, the cricket hut. On the the other side of the field, just on the left of screen from where you are. So another boundary to finish the over, 2 of them in Paul Dover's second. And New Zealand have made a bright start, 20 without loss after 3 overs. Actually, sorry, I'm a little bit behind. What's the updated score? 20, it is 20, yep. Marcus Sharp, continuing from, what should we call that in, Noel? What direction is that?
We call it the football pitch end.
The football pitch end, thank you. Pulled away for 4. Very short boundary here to the left of screen, but even if it had been a normal length, I think it still would have reached the boundary. So John Gary looking pretty aggressive this morning. Marcus Sharp has been part of the England setup for several years now. He's one of their leading wicket takers, has 38 wickets in over 50's internationals at an average of 20. Pretty good. Same shot. There is a man out there, so it'll, instead of being a boundary, it'll be a quick single out to that short boundary. A little bit of rain here for the first time on the tour. Just guess we'll call it a shower. Not threatening play just yet. But from the balmy heat of Scotland, which is a phrase no one's ever said before, where it's a little bit cooler down here in the north of England. We've got a slip and a gully to Andrew Hoare. There is a third man who's just being pushed around to his left. Cover sweeper. Those are the 2 men out. And Hoare hits it out to that man I've just mentioned. How far would you say that boundary is? It's only about 40 metres?
Yes.
About 40 metres. And on the other side, probably 60 or 70. So we're going to see some runs on this pitch today, I reckon. Half stopped in the gully. Good bit of fielding. .27 without loss, New Zealand. 4 overs gone. Andrew Hoare, 9 off 7 with a couple of boundaries. John Gary, a runner ball 11 with a 4 and a 6. New Zealand started their tour with 2 matches against Scotland up at Stirling. Won both of those fairly handily. Meanwhile, England have had a few games already this season. They've had the Marlborough Cup, which they won. Oh, as Gary drives beautifully through extra cover for 4 down below us here. Didn't move after hitting the shot. Classic cover drive. he looked pretty good in scoring just 12 against Scotland, only played one of the games. But he's looked pretty composed so far this afternoon, I should say. Drives again, but there is a man there. I think that's Giles Eccleston. He's a man who loves a cover drive himself. We'll see him opening the batting for England later in the day. I've just been corrected. Craig Russell plays for Hanging Heaton, not New Farnley. Formerly of New Farnley. My bad. Thank you, Stuart Hudson, for that correction. Pulled away with power, one bounce and into the main pavilion here at the long boundary. That was a beautiful shot again from John Gary, who's looking rather imperious today. Rocked back to that short delivery. That one's not quite as convincing. Squirted away out to point, no run. End of the over. New Zealand 35 without loss. Marcus Sharp into his third over. He's conceded 17 off his first two. It's quite unlike him. He's one of the most economical bowlers going around in over 50s cricket. Goes at 3.17 and over his career. Ooh, or on the pull, it bounces just in front of the man at mid-wicket, and it half beats him, but only enough for a single. Yeah, so Marcus Sharp, England's third leading wicket taker of all time. He's got 38. He's behind Sean Cooper, who is with the squad today but not playing, I don't believe. And Stephen Foster, who I'm really excited to see back as captain of England after a 15-month layoff with injury. We'll see Foster bowling. He usually bowls in the second half of the innings. Well, he used to. And he's a legend of the game. Stephen Foster, will talk more about him when he gets the ball in hand. But for now, it's a big tall figure of Marcus Sharp from the football end, we called it. Football pitch end. Or drives again. I think this one will reach the boundary. Yes, it does. Nice, solid, compact cover drive from the New Zealand opening batsman. Former first-class player for Otago, of course, back in the 90s and early 2000s. Played a few seasons there. And he's been a mainstay of the New Zealand over 50s side for a few years now. Greetings to Greg Stretch, staying up late in a freezing cold Blenheim at the top of the South Island in New Zealand, convener of selectors for the New Zealand over 50 side. He's done a good job. Well done, Greg. It's the wide. I think the first wide of the day. First extra, in fact. Thank you, Noel. Paul Dover, who's bowling here, relative newcomer to the England side, just playing his fourth match. He's had a pretty good start before this game, 8 wickets at an average of 8. That one is well stopped at mid-off, fielder diving away to his right. He may have hurt himself, he's in the downward dog position. Just slowly getting up to his feet. Who's that fielder? Do we know, Noel? Oh, he may have a finger. He's holding his finger out, his hand in a way that suggests that he's dislocated it. And oh yes, his pinky is at an angle that it's not supposed to be at. So the New Zealand physio Matt Everest is going to crunch it back into place. And wow, he was very stoic there, wasn't he? No tears and no screams of anguish. Who's that tough man there? Oh, Gilda. Kevin? Yeah. He's actually coming off the field now, which is probably not a bad move. He's clutching his hand, but he was a big boy about it. Well done. And so just a little delay as we switch the fielders around. He must have either caught or had the ball whack him on the finger, or maybe his finger hit the ground at an unusual angle. Today's match ball sponsor is Mike Bellhouse of Bellhouse Planting Solutions. So thank you very much to Mike for paying for the balls today. That's a big help. Can't play the game without the balls, can we? So if you're in need of any planting solutions, then I strongly recommend Bellhouse Planting Solutions. I think he may have got a little bit of bat on that. It's just... oh no, it's a leg by. My apologies. So the second extra of the game. Just dribbling down to short, fine leg. Hit away into the covers. Oh, a slightly sloppy bit of fielding allows the ball to go through, but he hasn't quite timed it, and it is the long boundary. So they will pick up 3 runs. First triple of the day to John Gary. That takes him up to 28. He's got there pretty quickly, just 25 deliveries. Outscoring Andrew Hoare, which is unusual. As you can tell from the fact that the camera's wobbling around, it's getting a little bit windy out there. I think it's well tied into place though, so it should be okay. It's down the far end, isn't it? Yes. Oh, hammered away. Beautiful pull shot from Andrew Hoare. One bounce and over the fence at the long boundary. It was just a little bit short from Marcus Sharp. And that brings up the 50 for New Zealand. Pretty quick time too. This is the 35 minutes, and this is the 8th over. 47 balls for the team 50, 35 minutes. Thank you, Noel. Great shot from Andrew Hoare. Looks like a pretty good batting wicket. Is this your home ground, Noel?
It certainly is, yeah. It is.
we normally see high scores here?
Yeah. We had one lad get 100 yesterday, Ryan McKendry, 101 that out.
Okay.
Top of the table. Swirling right.
That rain is blowing across the ground. It's still not heavy enough to make the umpires think about coming off, but it's... how would you describe this rain, Noel? You're a local.
Swirling driving.
Swirling and driving. Okay, yes, it's getting heavier. But we're going to brave it out.
Just that faint stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of heavy, misty rain. Anyway, Dover to continue to Gary. If you would like to add a comment on the YouTube feed, you're very welcome to. We've had a good morning from Malcolm Holling Drake, and Stuart Hudson with that correction. Oh, that's a good ball. Shout for LBW, and he's given him. That was very full from Dover, and hit Gary right on the toe. And that is the breakthrough that England were looking for. New Zealand have been very comfortable until now, but that fuller delivery has done the trick. And John Gary will have to walk back for 28. That was he almost demanded that one, did Dover, going down on his haunches and screaming at the umpire. Then he gave it the big fist pump when he got it. So, shortly after bringing up the 50, New Zealand lose their first wicket. That brings the New Zealand captain to the crease, Robbie Frew, who it's probably fair to say hasn't had a great tour so far. Scores of 0 and 1 against Scotland. But he is a fine player, and the last time he played England at the 2023 World Cup, he scored a 50. Very fine one. So we know he's a classy player. He'll be facing Paul Dover with one slip and a gully. And two fielders outside the 30-yard circle are a third man and a cover. England are allowed 3 outside for the first 15 overs, then 4 for the next 15, and 5 for the final block of 15 overs in these 45 over matches. He's still getting a little bit of outswing, is Paul Dover, but that one started a little too wide and was called wide. So that's 4 almost identical deliveries, fullish outside the off stump, and each one left by Robbie Frew. So he's getting a few siders. Let's see if this one's a bit closer to the stumps. It is, and it's driven out to the cover sweeper, and Frew will get off the mark, which will be a relief to him as it is to any batsman. And that ends the over. New Zealand 52 for 1. Good evening to my mate Ron Haywood down in Wellington. G'day Ron. Great follower of Masters cricket. I think he's off to the over 60's World Cup shortly, a late call up for the New Zealand side. I could be wrong, but I hope he is. That World Cup starts as soon as this New Zealand tour finishes. I think it's the 9th of August in Toronto, Canada. So plenty of Masters cricket going on around the world these days. Almost never stops. England will be one of the favoured sides for that tournament, along with defending champions Australia. And Pakistan will be good. New Zealand will be up there as well, I think. Plenty of runs here for Andrew Hoare as there's no one behind square on the leg side, so the slip has to chase after it, but unsuccessful, and it goes into the boundary at backward square leg. 4 more to Andrew Hoare. So the run rate went pretty quickly up to over 7 as Hoare and Gary were going along great guns. It's predictably come back a little bit, but still a very healthy 5.7 after 10 overs. As Dover continues. And again, it's wide enough of off stump that Robbie Frew can get another sighter. Driven straight, and bit of footwork by the mid-on fieldsman prevents more than a quick single. I think that might be the same chap who had the dislocated finger a couple of overs ago, so you can't really blame him for using his feet. Flashing drive, but it is stopped at extra cover, no run. Ooh. Heaved across to the leg side. Didn't quite go where he wanted it. I think he was aiming straight down the ground, but it came squirting out to mid-wicket where there is a man on the boundary, and just a single to finish Paul Dover's 6th over, I think. And he has 1 for 28 from those 6. That one being the only wicket to fall, John Gary, who was LBW. Andrew Hoare now up to 873 runs in over 50s internationals. If he gets another 17, he'll overtake Richard Petrie as the leading run scorer for New Zealand. Petrie currently on 889. Petrie's playing in this match, so even if Hoare does overtake him, he will have a chance to take that back, as both men race to become the first player to 1,000 runs for New Zealand. That is played actually beautifully through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. He just turned it around the corner, but they will have time to come back for 3. So that was nicely timed from Andrew Hoare. quite an exclusive club, the 1,000 run club in over 50s internationals. I don't have the, well, I do have the stats in front of me. I can try and work that out. I know Ewan Rees from Wales is up the top, and Steve Mace from Australia. Giles Eccleston, who's playing here today, he's there as well. Robbie Frew likes to take a little while to get going, so he will have appreciated those balls outside the off stump from Paul Dover, and he's just working into his innings. Now on your screen it might look like the ground slopes dramatically from one side to the other. It's not quite as pronounced. I think the camera may have just blown slightly off to one side or the other, but there is a bit of a slope down towards us here at the scoring and commentary area, the cricket hut. It's a beautiful ground, and I'm pleased to say that the rain has gone away for now. And it's predominantly blue skies, which is great. Robbie Frew won the toss, or Stephen Foster called incorrectly. So Frew decided to bat. Is driven out to the cover sweeper. So England have quickly realised that the short boundary needs to be protected, and I think we're going to see quite a few shots coming out here. So the ground here is the Barry Jackson ground. Noel, do you happen to know who Barry Jackson was?
Former captain, and he was the first captain to win some silverware here for New Farnley.
Okay, so a local legend.
Yeah.
Named the ground after him, he must have been.
Yeah. Committed man.
It's found the gap again off the outside edge. They should get two quite comfortably. They will. And how long ago was he around, old Barry?
Oh, he passed away 15 years ago, something like that. But yeah, founded in 1952, and it was one of the key components in being, getting New Farnley in a league and everything.
Great. That is smashed away. Oh, what an interesting shot. It's gone for four, and it wasn't actually that far away from the fielder, who was racing around as fast as he could from a wide mid-on. He was never really in the hunt to catch that. Beautifully timed by Andrew Hoare, and it hit the little section of picket fence down beneath us here. You may have seen the bowler put his hand to his mouth in anguish there as he thought there was a little chance of a catch. That was Mukesh Bhatt who did the fielding. Ironically, Bhatt will not bat today. He is the non-batter. So we might have to call him Mukesh won't bat. But he will bowl, and it looks like he's coming into the attack right now. He's taken off his hat. And he started to set his field. Playing his third match at international level is Mukesh Bhatt. He's got 2 wickets at an average of 32. Looks like he might be a left arm spinner. So here we go, yes indeed, left arm orthodox. Interesting action. We'll leave it at that. Just a short-statured gentleman, Mukesh. Another run out to this very short boundary. That will be a wide, as is anything down the leg side at this level. A little bit flatter and quicker. It's through on the pad. To end Mukesh Bhatt's first over. So Kevin Gilder will be the second bowling change for England. He's the guy who had the dislocated finger a few overs ago. I think that was on his right hand. So it'll be interesting to see if he bowls right-handed, and if so, whether he has any lasting effects. Looks like he might bowl left arm, in which case it would be left arm around the wicket. We'll wait patiently and see. Yes, indeed. So 2 left arm spinners into the attack for England now, and that is his relatively good hand that he's bowling with, his undislocated one. Ooh, goes for a big heave, does Andrew Hoare, aiming for that short boundary, but doesn't really make any contact. Kevin Gilder, also a new member of the England squad this season. He's played 5 games, including this one. Had a pretty good start with the ball, 10 wickets for just 103 runs, so that's 10.3 and over per wicket, sorry. Quite a long run up for a spinner. So 2 former first-class players at the crease for New Zealand now, Robbie Frew and Andrew Hoare. Frew played 35 first-class matches and 10 List A matches for Canterbury, scoring 3 centuries and 10 50s. Andrew Hoare, similar record, played a little bit more one-day cricket, also scored 300s and 850s at an average in the low 20s. I think there's a few former first-class players in the England side. Stephen Foster played a little bit of List A cricket, not for Yorkshire. I'll come back to you on that later in the day. Marcus Sharp, I think, played a little bit. Giles Eccleston may have played a bit too. And what's this, drinks break? Yes. Okay, so 15 overs gone. Take a break with New Zealand at 73 for 1. 74 for 1. Okay, back underway for the second block of 15 overs in the New Zealand innings. .74 for 1 is the score. That 1 being John Gary. Andrew Hoare goes aerial. There's a man out there, and there was some thought that it might carry to him, but it bounced probably about 10 metres in front of him. So just 1 for Andrew Hoare, and obviously a well set field. New Zealand haven't been able to find the boundary as frequently as they did in those first 5 overs when the 4s and a 6 were coming quite regularly. Yeah, so John Gary was LBW to Paul Dover, 28 of 27 bowls, 4 4s and a beautiful 6. Andrew Hoare, 37 from 41, he's hit 6 4s. And Robbie Frew working his way into his innings, 5 off 22. And he sweeps, he will get his first boundary. It's firmly hit down towards us here at deep backward square leg. Nice shot. That one just on leg stump, and Robbie Frew was quick on the sweep. Down the track and 4 runs. So Robbie Frew switching gears. That was a lovely piece of footwork. Just shuffled down and hit the ball beautifully straight into the big sight screen down at the football pitch end of the ground. Glorious. Okay, yep, so Noel's just informed me those sight screens have come all the way from Headingley, just down the road. They do look like they've seen a little bit of wear and tear over the years, but still very impressive. Just a correction to my earlier statement about the leading run scorers for New Zealand. Richard Horner has just informed me that he's scored over 6,000 runs for New Zealand over his long career as the scorer for the New Zealand side. So, well noted, Richie. Shame you can't be with us. We'd love to have you over here. Hope you're well there in Auckland. In terms of actual runs, Andrew Hoare is just probably half a dozen away from taking over Richard Petrie now. Okay, Gilder to continue, to Hoare. And he slams it over the fence into the bushes for 6. That's well out of the ground, and I don't know how they're going to get that back. Maybe there's a gate or a friendly neighbour, but that was just swung effortlessly over the short boundary for a big 6. Hoare's first, and the second of the New Zealand innings. He moves into the 40s. Runner ball 44. he is now the leading all-time run scorer for New Zealand. 892 runs he has. So I think we've got a replacement ball. That one may never be seen again, depending on what's on the other side of that hedge. Do you know, Noel?
Just bushes.
Just bushes. Okay, so very little chance unless somebody wants to go ball rescuing.
Just woodland, basically.
Must be a few balls that go over there.
Yeah.
Goes again, chance of a catch, taken. So Hoare getting a little bit greedy there perhaps, trying to repeat the stroke. There was a man placed exactly there, a couple of yards either side of him, and it would have been 4 or 6, but went straight down his throat. And New Zealand lose their second wicket. Andrew Hoare, as he often does, looks very, very comfortable and then somehow gets himself out. So 6 and out for Andrew Hoare. He's gone for 44, New Zealand 81-89 for 2. A very good catch down there at square leg by Royston Smith. Did go pretty much to him, but it came quickly, and he did well to hang on. So Colin Owens, you can see on your screen now, taking guard. Batting at 4 for New Zealand, another left-hander. Comes from Wellington. He's also in pretty good form, scored a 33 and a 63 against Scotland. Oh, he wants to get off the mark quickly, as he often does, but that was probably a wise decision from Robbie Frew to send him back. He will get off the mark this time, as that one is squarer. Colin Owens averaging just a touch under 40 from his 21 matches. He has 5 half-centuries, looking for his first century. As is Robbie Frew. Oh, there will be a run here as Paul Dover came charging in to try and stop the single. ran right past it and allowed the single to end the over. New Zealand 92 for 2. Colin Owens beaten there outside the off stump. Just looking to drive. He does vary his pace quite a bit, Mukesh Bhatt. Robbie Frew used his feet in the last over, came down and hit him nicely down the ground. That might be the option. There's a long off in place. That one's quicker. No run. It's a good over from Bhatt. Maiden over. Is that the first maiden of the innings? It is, yes. Robbie Frew slaps that one out to the short boundary for 4 runs. Pretty little margin for error there on the offside for the bowler. And the fielder only had about 5 or 6 metres to cover, but no chance. So Frew up to 18 now. From 28 balls, so he's picking up that strike rate. He was 5 off 22, which means he scored 13 off his last 6. And there's a second man in place there, exactly where he hit the ball. And he goes leg side this time to the short fine leg for another single. Good delivery, just angling across Colin Owens, beats him outside the off stump. That's going to almost get to the boundary, but the two men out there converge, and one of them stops the ball from crossing the rope. Just another single. It's a funny shaped boundary there. The rope curls in to avoid the practice artificial wickets. That single to Owens brings up the New Zealand 100 for 2 at the completion of the 19th over, so that's 5 1/4 and over. And I think New Zealand will be quite happy with that, choosing to bat first and scoring 100 from 19 overs. Big shout for LBW, but the umpire puts his hand straight into his pocket. And he indicates that maybe the ball was going down leg. Ooh, it wasn't a bad shout, just looking at the replay there. Oh, and now we've had a drop catch, I think, by Craig Russell, the keeper. So it's all happening here at New Farnley Cricket Club. Mukesh Bhatt bowling very well. Hasn't got a wicket yet, but he's looked threatening to both batsmen. Three runs off that over for Mukesh Bhatt. He has none for 15 from his 4. Kevin Gilder 1 for 18 from his 3. Marcus Sharp took none for 33 from 6. And Paul Dover's figures have just disappeared from my screen. 1 for 36 from 7. So it's now midnight in New Zealand. Hopefully we've got some diehards staying up late watching this New Zealand innings develop. More good bowling from Gilder. He's angling it across Colin Owens, coming left arm around the wicket to the left-hander, sliding it across him, and Owens just having a bit of trouble getting bat on ball. He does on this occasion, but can only get it as far as the fielder at a extra cover position. He will grab a quick single this time. There's a shy at the stumps and beats the bowler, but it's well backed up by Richard Trotman coming around from long off. And that was the only run from that Kevin Gilder over. So tight bowling from the two left arm spinners for England. Owens had to put in the short ones there to make his ground. That wasn't far off. Colin Owens finding things a little bit tricky against these two left-arm spinners. Another single for Frew, pushing it just to the left of the fielder in the covers. I think that might be the captain there, Stephen Foster. The run rate under 5 for the first time in quite a while. There's probably at least 2 here as Owens tickles it down to fine leg. Just 2. Robbie Frew goes down the ground, bounces just inside the boundary. 4 runs. Nice straight hit from the New Zealand skipper. I think he realises that they can't just sit around against these English spinners. They have to take the initiative, and that's what he's done a couple of times now with some straight hits. And this one he just gracefully pushes into the covers for no run. A bit of a heave away to the leg side from Colin Owens, who hasn't looked his normal fluent self today, but he's still there. That's a firm shot from Colin Owens and will reach the boundary. Well played. He just got a little bit of length there from butt and pushed it very firmly through extra cover for 4. Nice shot. That takes him up to 15 now. And is that his first boundary? I think it is. Another quick single, well batted, well run. Oh, and there'll be an overthrow here too, as the throw was pretty good, but I don't think Butt was quite ready for it, and he just stuck out one hand. Couldn't quite, well, he couldn't catch it really, so it went down to long on for an overthrow. A good piece of fielding, and the cover's by Paul Dover. He's quite athletic, is Dover. And he was quickly down to his right there to stop a run. So New Zealand still have plenty of batting to come. Craig Foster likely to come in next. Richard Petrie, Damien Grant, Matt Everest, Leighton Johnston, Richard Sheehan, Anton Trist. They can all bat. Jamie Graham is the non-batter for New Zealand. Nicely hit by Robbie Frew out to the cover sweeper, who does well. He was on the boundary, but he had to move really quickly to his left. That was a firmly struck cover drive from the New Zealand captain. And he may have hurt his knee a wee bit there. The fielder, is that Roy Smith? Anyway. Ooh, that's quicker and flatter, and it had Colin Owens back on his stumps, but I think he got some bat on it. Ooh, that's quick and flat as well. And again, Owens being troubled by the two left-arm spinners for England. Tries to hit himself out of trouble there. Owens tries to go big on the leg side. Misses. He's hit on the pad. It was an appeal for LBW. Not out. So maybe a little bit of frustration here for Owens. He is being tied down by these English spinners. And he's got a bit of a release here onto his favoured cut shot. A bit short. And it's heading out towards the long boundary. Just pulled up inside. But they take 3. That is a shot that he loves to play, is the cut. And that's about the first chance that he's had to play it today. Okay, looks like we might be seeing the English captain bringing himself into the attack, Stephen Foster. Formerly the world's top-ranked over 50s cricketer, a position that he held for several years actually, right from the start of the rankings until he injured himself a couple of years ago. He's a very accomplished all-rounder. Apparently he's scored over 100 centuries with the bat, and well, he would have taken hundreds and hundreds of wickets with the ball. He's the only player to take 2 6-wicket bags in over 50s internationals. And he's 1 wicket away from 50 wickets at this level. At a pretty silly bowling average of 10.53. Here he is. Last time he played New Zealand was at the Bradman Oval in Bowral in rural New South Wales, where he took one of those 6-fers. And he has picked up number 50 just like that. New Zealand captain Robbie Frew trying to pull it away, hit it straight to mid-wicket, and Stephen Foster, back in the England team, has made an immediate impact, dismissing his opposite number and picking up wicket number 50 in the process. So the man with the golden arm does the trick again for his country. And Robbie Frew's innings, just as it was starting to develop, comes to a sudden halt. Caught for 29. Caught by Paul Dover, who's been pretty good today. Had one little misfield, but apart from that, he's done some good work there inside the ring. Right, we've got Foster on Foster. Steve Foster bowling to Craig Foster. No relation as far as I know, unless you go right back probably. He gets through his overs quite quickly, does Steve Foster. Straight back to his mark. Probably about 10 paces, little shuffly run up. And that one's edged down to third man, so Craig Foster gets off the mark. I think Robbie Frew will be disappointed there. He got himself out. It wasn't a bad ball, but it wasn't the greatest ball. Just short of a length on the offside, and Frew tried to pull it away. Couldn't get it past Paul Dover. So New Zealand 1-2-6 for 3 now. The run rate's dipped down under 5 again. 4.88 it is currently. And that's the end of Stephen Foster's first comeback over. 1 for 1. Steve Foster becomes the 5th player to take 50 wickets in over 50s internationals. Welshman Ewan Rees, top of the tree, followed by Himanshu Patadia from America, and Zaman Aman from the West Indies, and Roy Emmett, also from Wales. 50's will bowl some more spin for England. Looks like, yeah, replacing Kevin Gilder. And he's bowling some right arm off spin. Collides with Colin Owens and the ball goes away. Could have taken a run, but in the spirit of the game, they chose not to. Oh, good piece of footwork, stops the ball going down to long off. For probably would have gone for 4. It was pretty well struck by Craig Foster. This time he does pick the gap a little bit, but big figure of Marcus Sharp is there to stop any more than 1. Two runs off Faze's first over. Slapped away by Colin Owens, but again straight to the man at cover on the boundary. At its shortest point, that boundary must only be 35 metres. You can see the 30-yard circle, and then it's probably only 5 yards to the rope with his 2 guys watching. Shy at the stumps, hits the stumps, but Craig Foster's safely in. Slammed away down the ground comfortably again by Colin Owens, and they'll take a second, as there's a tiny little misfield there. Wasn't much one by Andy Bairstow, I think it is there. Brother of Johnny Bairstow, I'm led to believe, yep. By Craig Foster over the head of Jonathan Trotman at extra cover into the boundary. One bounce for 4. That was really sweetly hit by the New Zealand middle order batsman. Trotman trots backwards an extra 10 metres to the boundary to cover that for the future. Foster goes straight down the ground, and this one will beat Trotman on his right this time into the boundary for 4 at long off. That's an area of strength for Craig Foster, is down the ground. We saw that against Scotland, where he finished off the game with several nice straight hits. And he's on the drive again, so Trotman being very well employed down here. He's got a lot of ground to cover all by himself, pretty much from cover right round to, goodness me, to mid-wicket. He's got all that to himself. So good over for New Zealand, 8, 10, 11 off that last over. Craig Foster giving the New Zealand innings a bit more impetus after the loss of Robbie Frew. That was the most productive over of the innings for New Zealand. There was a 10 run over early on. Shout for LBW, and Foster gets another one. Craig Foster's gone. Stephen Foster gets his second wicket. He's pretty much always stump to stump, and he was again on that occasion. Craig Foster trying to work it away on the leg side, couldn't get bat on it, and the umpire didn't take too long to raise the finger. So England continue to chip away here. That's wicket number 4 for them and 2 for the captain, Stephen Foster. Yeah, that was absolutely dead. Looking at the replay there. Probably cannoning into middle and leg. So Foster, after a bright 13, has to make his way back. And the imposing figure of Richard Petrie comes to the wicket, ready to resume his battle against Stephen Foster that dates back to 2018. The two last played against each other at the Bradman Oval in Bowral during the 2018 Over 50's World Cup. That was the first such tournament. And I was there at that game too, and if my memory serves me, Foster dismissed Petrie that day. Well, he got 6 wickets, so there's a good chance that he did. England winning that game. I think England batted first. It's a long time ago now. So Richard Petrie, the only surviving member from the New Zealand side that played in that, not surviving as in still alive, but still a member of the squad. And Foster, the only remaining member of the England side from back then, almost 8 years ago. So Steve Foster's comeback has been perhaps predictably successful. 2 for 5 he has from 2.4 overs. New Zealand just need to be a little bit careful here. They've had a bright start and the run rate's been good, but they don't want to be losing too many more wickets in the next 5 or 10 overs. Just approaching the second drinks break. That'll come up after the next 2 deliveries. And Petrie's off the mark. Everything he hits is pretty firm, and that's gone out towards the boundary just for 2 runs. So that is 30 overs gone.
It is.
Yet we are still out on the field, so not sure if the umpires are just working this out now or if they're going to continue. Oh, okay, they may have actually had a drinks break during the fall of the wicket. Okay, that makes sense. So the final stanza of the New Zealand innings, these last 15 overs, England are allowed 5 fielders back. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess from a New Zealand perspective, if they can get another 100 runs, that'll be 6.5 and over. That'll take them up to close to 250. And I think they'd be reasonably happy with that from here. Although it is a packed England batting lineup with the likes of Eccleston, Trotman, Foster, Bairstow. House. Yeah, it's a strong England lineup for sure. Richard Petrie has been a prolific run scorer over the years for New Zealand and in New Zealand domestically. But he's just a little bit out of practice at the moment. He's been holidaying in France for a couple of months, not playing any cricket, and his knees aren't the best these days. But he is the sort of player who can tear an attack apart on his day. Pulled away by Colin Owens and into the boundary for 4. Short boundary again, getting peppered. That was a good pull shot. Just a little bit short from Faiz, and that brings up the 150 for New Zealand. Colin Owens, as he almost invariably does, getting a good start. He's into the 30s now. Petrie will pick up 1 again to the short boundary. Nice drive by Owens out to the man at long off, just for 1. Quick single taken by Petrie, pushing into the offside. There was a semi-appeal for LBW. I think he was outside the line, or it may have been bat first. Oh, very good fielding down on the boundary. Again, that short boundary in action. That's I think it's pulled over. It looks like a very good fielder. Scrambling around, keeping it to 1. So New Zealand just in the collection phase at the moment. Happy with singles, I think. Maybe the last 10 overs or so, if they've still got 6 wickets in hand, we might see the pedal being pushed a wee bit harder. Still some good hitters to come. Four off that over. Fraser's 4th, and he is none for 22. Aerial and 1 bounce just before the shortest part of the boundary into the artificial practice wickets there, the nets. One bounce for 4. So maybe Colin Owen starting to go through the gears a little bit. Let's see. He moves up to 37. Down the ground, chance of a catch, is it? Oh, a diving effort, a fantastic effort, in fact, by the long-on fieldsman, racing around, dived full length in the air, got a hand to it, but couldn't quite grab onto it. What an incredible catch that would have been if he'd got there. The result is 4 runs. It's parried away off the fielder's hand into the boundary. But I think the talking point there is the effort. I can't see who that fielder is. He's quite far away. But great effort. Anyway, another boundary. Owens on the drive again. This will take some stopping and more excellent fielding by the English. I think that's Bairstow out there. Gets a round of applause from his teammates and from the smattering of spectators here. You have to be on your toes at this ground. The ball gets to you real quick. England have been very good in the field today. They were here early, an hour and a half before the game, with their warm-ups. And Petrie drives fluently through the covers. And again, the field well positioned, keeps it to 110 runs off that over. Expensive by Steve Foster's standards. He now has 2 for 20 from 5. So New Zealand wickets to fall today. John Garry was the first to go. He was LBW to Paul Dover after a very bright start, 28 off 27. Andrew Hoare also scored quickly, 44 from 45. He was caught by Roy Smith off the bowling of Kevin Gilder. Hit straight down his throat at square leg. Robbie Frew, the New Zealand captain, made 29 from 43. Before he was the first of Stephen Foster's 2 victims. Caught by Dover, bowled Foster, and then Craig Foster, the latest to go. Dismissed by his namesake, Stephen Foster, for 13 LBW. Since then, Colin Owens, who's on 33, and Richard Petrie, who's on 6. They've added about 25. More good fielding, stops a single. Owens wanted it. It's Gilder who seems to have recovered from that dislocated finger that he had earlier in the day. That wasn't pretty. That's quicker. He's got Petrie back on his stumps. Shout for LBW from the bowler and keeper. Umpire says no. That one's tossed up, but Petrie can only get it as far as Gilder in the covers. Just the 2 runs off that Fayez over, and that takes us into the final 10 overs of the New Zealand innings with the score on 170. So if they can get, well, if they want to get to 250, they'll have to go at 8s.
Steve, this Marcus Sharp coming back on, please.
Right, change of bowling. Stephen Foster's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 20, and he's going to be replaced by tall, probably the tallest player in the game, Marcus Sharp, who bowled 6 overs at the top of the innings, none for 33. He was uncharacteristically hit around a bit, but I think he is the England team's preferred death bowler. He won't be bowling right at the death if he bowls through at this spell. He's got 3 overs left. Now let's look at his field. We've got a third man for the left-hander being sent back now. There's also a cover sweeper, long off, long on, and a mid-wicket. Those are your boundary riders. No slips at this stage of the innings. He does generally bowl just back of a length, Marcus Sharp, as we've seen first 2 balls of the over so far. So Owens will have to do something a little bit different if he's going to find the boundary here. And he does. He tries to swing it away on the leg side, only collects his pad on the way down to fine leg for a leg bye. Wicket takers for England. Stephen Foster has 2, Kevin Gilder has 1, and Paul Dover has 1 as well. Slight delay as Marcus Sharp remarks his run up. And he'll be bowling to Richard Petrie, who's been a little bit slower than he normally is, 7 off 18. But he'll add 1 to that. I think Petrie will be thinking if he can get himself into the last 7 overs, then he'll be able to launch and maybe get New Zealand close to that 250. Damien Grant will probably come in next. He's a hard runner, not necessarily a big hitter, but he'll work it around. Leighton Johnston can give the ball a whack. We saw him score 23 off 10 balls against Scotland. Anton Trist can hit a long ball as well. And of course Matt Everest, the New Zealand wicketkeeper, pretty good batter. But just 3 runs off that over. All of the New Zealand batsmen who have been dismissed have reached double figures, but no one has got past Andrew Hawes 44. So that's a little area of concern for New Zealand. They're getting starts but not continuing. Colin Owens will match that score of 44 now as he drives down to long off. In these over 50 international matches, if a player does score 80 plus, the team usually wins. Colin Owens just getting a little bit frustrated here. There was 2 balls in a row where he felt he should have got a single and wasn't able to. And again, just a 2-run over. So New Zealand going a bit slow these last 3 or 4 overs. They really need to accelerate. 8 overs to go now. And 250s looking quite a way off. They'd have to score almost 10 and over to get there. Richard Petrie 9 off 22. We'll keep an eye on his strike rate. And Colin Owens approaching a second consecutive half century. Owens gets a boundary this time as he swings it away a little agriculturally down to backward square leg. And he's now just 1 run away from a half century. This will be his 6th if he can get there, and he can, with another boundary to the exact same spot, different shot, more on the pull, and that brings up 50 runs for Colin Owens. Well batted.
69 balls, 4 sixes. 6 balls.
Sorry, 59 balls?
69 balls.
69 balls.
And 6 balls.
6 boundaries. Thank you, Noel. Runs for Petrie, he should get 2. He does. So this is a better over from a New Zealand perspective. 12 off it so far. And there'll be more runs here. 2 more, in fact. So the most productive over of the New Zealand innings, 14 coming off that from Marcus Sharp. So 7 overs to go, and I think that might that last over may indicate that we're into the death, the slog overs perhaps. 6 wickets in hand for New Zealand. So they have a launching pad. Both batsmen are set. Faiz is going to continue. He has bowled 6 overs, none for 25. Owens drives out to the extra cover boundary. It's going to beat the fielder into the boundary for another 4. So that's 3 fours in the last 4 or 5 deliveries that Owens has faced. And the 50 partnership comes up too. 33 of those to Petrie, to Owens, 14 to Petrie, 51 balls. So they've actually managed to get that strike rate up to almost a run a ball for the partnership. And it's the second 50-plus partnership, well, 50-run partnership for the New Zealanders today. John Gary and Andrew Hoare put on exactly 50 for the first wicket. And now Owens and Petrie bringing up a half-century together. Eight runs coming off that over, following up the 14 from the previous one, so that's 22 off the last 2 overs. And New Zealand pretty close to 200 now. Just 3 runs shy of that landmark. Petrie slams that out to point, but there's a man on the boundary there. Pulled away by Owens, but again in fact it's the same fielder who fielded the ball previously. He's now at square leg to the left-hander, and again it's just one. That is just out of the just beyond the outstretched hands of the man at gully, and the fielder at third man comes around to clean up. He was in the air, and I think that might be Giles Eccleston there. Threw his left hand out, but couldn't quite grab it. 2 to Richard Petrie. And that is the 200 up for New Zealand, 201 for 4. And that's a nice little guide down to Faiz at third man. Owens goes over the top of Mukesh Bhatt, and it's close to the boundary. Bit of footwork there, stops it from going for 4. That's Steve Foster, the captain, I think, doing the boundary riding duties. And they come back for 2 to finish that Marcus Sharp over, from which 2, 3, 5, 7 runs came. And that's 40 overs gone, so 5 left. New Zealand have got their run rate up over 5 again. I'm not sure if the current run rate of 5.1 will be enough against this very strong England side. We see the worm there. It's remained pretty steady over the last 30 overs. Hovering around that 5 run per over mark. Marcus Sharp has 1 over left. Does he, or is he bowled out?
9.
Yeah, he's bowled 9, isn't he? Yep.
9 for a ball.
Faiz continuing. He's into his 8th. So yes, Marcus Sharp, 9 overs, none for 56. He's the only bowler to have bowled out today. 6 bowlers used by England. Good sprawling save by the man at short third man. Means that New Zealand have scored 5 singles off the first 5 balls in this over. But they can't make it 6 from 6 as Faiz fires it in a little bit quicker and Owens can only dab it back to the bowler. So 5 runs off the over, 209 for 4, 41 gone, 4 to go. Owens is 65, Petrie 23. Owens might have one eye on his highest score, which is 82. Yep, and we see the return to the bowling crease of Paul Dover, sporting the Richard Branson trademark hairstyle. So with 4 overs to go, New Zealand still an outside chance to make that 250. Can't see them getting too much more than that. That would take them 10 runs and over to do so. And 6 wickets in hand, so they should probably be looking for something close to that. Just a wee bit of a delay as Stephen Foster and Paul Dover set the field. He's got a nice strong voice, Steve Foster, good for a captain. I can hear him from all the way over here, even though he's now down at long off. So we have a deep backward square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off. And a cover. Those are your men out on the boundary. And Petrie hits it to the right of the man at cover, but he can get around. 2 runs. All of the fielders inside the circle are right on the circle. So look, ones are free. Petrie goes bang and into the boundary that gave the long on fielder no chance. That's Bairstow. That's a Petrie special, just crunched hard down the ground. I've seen that shot from Richard Petrie many, many times over the last 8 years. And he's got that strike rate up to close to 100 now. Remember, he was 9 off 22, now 33 off 36. Boof. It has beaten the extra cover, and it will take some fielding by Stephen Foster, and he does some beautiful footwork. He's still kicking it around, playing his own little game of football out there. He must have kicked it about 5 or 6 times. Somehow he managed to keep it inside the field of play though. So at the end of the day, we'll say good fielding. That was another very firmly hit shot by Petrie. Full toss, smashed for 6 runs. Luckily it stays within the ground, but it's well over the boundary, narrowly missing some children who are practicing in the artificial nets there. And the first 6 for Richard Petrie. And he has got that strike rate well over 100 now. But he won't get a run this time. Hit straight to a straight mid-wicket. Now we're on track for a smudge here. Do you know what a smudge is, Noel? A smudge is an over where every ball in the over is a different event. And unfortunately he spoils that, as is usually the case, by scoring a 1. So we did have a 1. Oh no, you've just changed something there. Anyway, is that the over up? How many off that? 15. So that's the new highest scoring over for New Zealand. 223. If my friend Richie Horner is still awake, he would have been watching that potential smudge with interest. England captain Stephen Foster bringing himself back into the attack. He will probably bowl overs 43 and 45. Bowling from, what did we call this end?
Clubhouse.
The clubhouse end. Whereas he bowled his first spell of 5 overs from the football ground end. This will be a good challenge actually, the England team's premier bowler against a Richard Petrie who is in full flow now. That one looked like it came into Petrie. Just caught him off balance a little bit. Didn't give him any chance to free the arms. I don't think we'll see too many half volleys here from Foster. Oh, that's going to race away for 4 though, I think. He's just clipped it off his pads. Nice little leg lance. Well played by Petrie. Down to fine leg for 4. So Foster looking for the Yorker, I think. Just got the length slightly, the line slightly wrong. But that's a good comeback, beating Petrie outside the off stump. Leg side-ish again, but it goes straight to the man this time. And they just take one. Thick outside edge from Colin Owens, and Faze does the fielding, so it's just one more. Owens hasn't had much of the strike recently. It's been Richard Petrie scoring the runs, and he's on strike now. Again, it's really, really full on the leg stump, and Petrie's able to whip it away to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary for one run to end that Foster over, which had 7 more off it. And New Zealand are up to 230 with 2 overs to go. Petrie goes straight down the ground, and it's a powerful shot that gives the long off fielder no chance into the boundary for 4. When he hits them, they stay hit, as they say. So Petrie, after that fairly conservative start where he was 9 off 22, is now up to 48 off 45. So that means he's scored 39 off his last 23 deliveries. It's a good piece of fielding by Butt at extra cover. Did go straight to him, but again it was hit very powerfully. One more for Petrie. Up to 49 now. He's almost caught up to Colin Owens, who was... I think he may have already got to 50 by the time Petrie got there, came to the wicket. ...87 runs, I think, this partnership now. On 93, in fact. It'll be 2 runs to the New Zealand total, as there's a wide plus a run. The England bowlers have been pretty good in terms of wides. How many wides have we had today, Noel? Just 5. And 4 leg byes. That ball's been aborted as someone has spotted that England have too many players outside the circle, so that was some good thinking by the fielder actually at deep mid-wicket, who cried out, "Whoa, whoa, whoa," brought everything to a halt. So we're back to the recommended number. Petrie has hit it straight up in the air, and it may be caught by that fielder. Oh, has he dropped it? He has too. And it's so it's 4 runs. It was straight down the throat of the fielder at mid-wicket, and has he hurt a finger as well? Pretty simple catch, you'd have to say. It's gone down, and it's 50 runs for Richard Petrie, who gives a pretty elaborate celebration there. So was that 6 or 4? 4 runs. Full toss, it's going to be a no ball, which has been caught, but that won't count. It was pretty high, that full toss. Petrie tried to swing it away, went straight up in the air, caught by Roy Smith, but of course it can't be caught off a no ball. And now it's a free hit to Colin Owens. So not what England and Paul Dover and Captain Stephen Foster would have wanted. 100 partnership came up with that no ball. Thank you, Noel. So that's what have we got? Free hit now to Colin Owens. The field can change because it's a different batter. Roy Smith is coming out to backward point on the boundary. The man who dropped the catch has been... Actually, what's going on? All sorts of fielders changing. I'll tell you when they settle. Looks like the leg side staying the same. That's a long on and a deep mid-wicket. Just changes on the offside. Oh, Gilder, he may have hurt that same finger again. Anyway, Owens with a free hit. And he hits it over the head of Mukesh Butt for 4. Beautiful shot. He kept his shape and didn't slog it, just hit it crisply over the man at straight mid-wicket. It's gone through the fence and may have come to rest underneath or next to a truck. So another good over for New Zealand this one. We've had 5... how many runs off this over? 17. So that record for the highest scoring over keeps going up. And New Zealand will well and truly reach 250. They are at 248 for 4. Colin Owens on 70. Goes down the ground. Takes 1 more. So 18 runs coming off that Paul Dover over. Three boundaries. So Paul Dover finishes his spell. 9 overs, 1 for 69. Steve Foster will bowl the last, presumably. He has 2 for 27 from 6. So maybe New Zealand resetting their target to something like 260. And I think that would represent a pretty good effort from the Kiwis, the grey caps as they're known. Owens swings it away on the leg side, and it's gone for 4. It was a great effort by Paul Dover. He's a good fielder. He raced around and dove, but couldn't get there in time. Short boundary. 4 runs to Colin Owens. 250 comes up. 253 for New Zealand. Foster again, it's full. Oh, it's going to be 4 more. That's a bit unlucky. It's gone down to third man, to the boundary. But they all count. Colin Owens up to 75. Great innings from him. He's a very steady performer for New Zealand. He's been in the side since 2022. This is his 6th half-century. He started off conservatively, as he needed to do at the time, and in these last few overs he's put the foot down. And he's got New Zealand over 250. 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls of Steve Foster's over. What can he do now? It's full again, and this one could... Oh no, it's not going to go to the boundary. The fielder will come around. But they take 2, so 10 off 3 balls. Colin Owens' high score is 82, so he's just 1 run away from equaling that. He'll get at least 1 here. Probably 2. Yes, they will take 2, so that's a personal best for Colin Owens. 83 not out he has now. And he's rather hogging the strike in this last over, but that's totally fine. 4-4-2-2. 12 off 4 balls. Nothing there though. It's a good delivery. Full Yorker, outside off. So this is the last ball of the innings. Hit down to long off. They'll take 1 and they'll settle for that. So good effort from New Zealand to get up to 262. Colin Owens finishes 84 not out. Richard Petrie 54 not out. And the players will walk off with, I think, both teams pretty happy and feeling that they have a good chance. And everyone will break for a lunch. I think we're having paninis. And we'll see you back here in, I don't know, 45 minutes or so. Welcome back to New Farnley Cricket Club in county of Yorkshire, north of England. England are in pursuit of 262 to beat New Zealand in this, the first of 3 matches. Anton Trist will have the ball and Will House will have the bat. Will House opening with Andy Bairstow. That's a beautiful shot to start for House. Lovely cover drive. This could be a sign of things to come. Glorious.
You checking you can hear me, Steve?
He has had a very good start to his over 50s international career. Will House scored a 93 on debut, I think, and then followed it up with 107. And he's gone leg side this time for 6. So he is not messing around at all. Will House, 4 and a 6 off his second and third balls respectively. England race to 10 without loss. That 100 he scored came off 48 deliveries, I think, something like that. So he does like to get on with it. It's a good comeback from Trist, a little bit shorter, and beats the outside edge. Still a bit of wind here, as you can see. The camera's bobbling up and down a wee bit. But it's pleasant for cricket. So the 4 and the 6, the only runs coming from that over. 10 without loss. Earlier New Zealand finished on 262 for 4. Colin Owens was the top scorer, 84 not out from 90 balls. Richard Petrie chipped in at the end with 54 not out. Those two put on 119, I think. All of the batsmen reaching double figures. Andrew Hall, 44, John Gary, 28, Robbie Frood, 29, and Craig Foster with the batsman out for 13. Going to have some spin from the football ground end. Richard Sheehan. Bowled well against Scotland. Took 3 for 31, I think, from his 9 overs. Different challenge here against the aggressive England openers. I haven't seen Andy Bairstow bat, but I'm going to take a guess that he's a hitter.
He is.
And I base that solely on his stature.
That's a good 3.
Oh, that's short. And 4 runs. Misfield on the boundary. Who's that there? Jamie Graham. That short boundary is going to have to be extremely well defended today. It is short. That part of it there where Jamie Graham fumbled only maximum of 40 metres from the bat. It gets even shorter over to his left. So, Besto off the mark, 4 runs to him. It was a bad delivery though from Sheehan. He's dragged it down again, and that's an easy boundary again for Besto, just guiding it down to third man. So 2 uncharacteristically short deliveries from Richard Sheehan. Maybe struggling a little bit with a different type of ball. I believe they use the Duke's ball here. There was a different brand being used up in Scotland. Shortish again, but he won't get penalised. Short again, but good bit of fielding by John Gary at points. Prevents a run. 18 without loss. England after 2. I think New Zealand were a similar score. Well, they were 20 after 3 at least. As I mentioned before, Andy Besto is the older brother of Johnny Besto. Very pleasant drive from House. Classy player, played a fair bit of county cricket. I'll pull up his stats in a moment. And he's gone big again. There's a chance here. Will he get round the fielder? Oh, no he can't. Jamie Graham, good effort. Again, the short boundary. It goes for 4. Jamie Graham came charging around. It was hit pretty much straight up. The wind might have carried it over. And Jamie Graham gave it a big sprawling dive, but I don't think he got a hand on it. Into the boundary for 4. So he likes that shot. It's kind of a cross between a pickup shot and a slog sweep. Yes, he played 135 games for Cambridge University, Kent, MCC and Sussex. He's gone again. Ah, put down. Put down in the covers, and it's heading out towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4. So how important will that be? That would have been a major breakthrough for New Zealand if they'd got it. Who's the fielder out there? Craig Foster, I think it is, usually an excellent fielder. Played a lot of indoor cricket for New Zealand. And it did go straight to him. So it's a bit disappointing. And Will House is changing his bat. Yeah, so we played quite a bit of list A cricket. Did House. Only averaged 20. At list A level, 29 at first class level. So England's bright start continues in their chase for 263. New Zealand will need some early wickets, I think, if they are to restrict this England batting lineup, which is very, very strong. And they had an early chance. End of the tryst over. It's the third over of the innings, and all 3 overs have had 2 boundaries scored off them. 26 without loss after 3. Short again, and Jamie Graham again forced to dive to try and save it, but it's such a short boundary there. It really is only 35 metres from the bat, and it was firmly played by Bairstow into the boundary for 4 more. Needs to pitch it up, does Richard Sheehan. He does on that occasion, and no run. Oh, it's another misfield. Poor old Jamie Graham, he's on a hiding to nothing out there, and well, it did go through his legs, but it's tough work there. 4 more, Bairstow. He's raced up to 16 off 10, and England are already 34 runs into this target. It is very hard to defend that boundary. Oh, and there's going to be another forward to the other side of Jamie Graham this time. So Richard Sheehan struggling with his length. He's dragged that one down again. It's easy pickings for the England batsman. So we've got reinforcements now, I think, on the offside. Both of New Zealand's allocated boundary riders are defending that very small boundary. And it comes out to Jamie Graham, who fields successfully. These 2 left-handed opening batsmen for England having a bit of fun so far. Bairstow 21 off 12, House 18 off 12. That's a better delivery, good length. So we've got John Gary dropping back to a third man, and Richard Petrie will come inside the circle to point. And backward square leg is the other boundary fielder. Nicely driven, beautiful check drive from Andy Bairstow into the boundary for 4 more. So it's pretty easy so far for England. They maybe had one false shot where their batsman was beaten, but apart from that, it's like almost every ball has been going to the boundary, it feels like. And good stop that time from Petrie. And House has hit the ball out of the ground into the forest over to our left, well over the head of Jamie Graham, and the umpires immediately signal lost ball because there's no way you're getting it back from in there. So 6, and the 50 partnership has come in no time at all. 27 deliveries, 17 minutes. 24 to House, 26 to Bairstow. It's a lovely shot. He's played that 3 times now, is Will House. Just puts his right leg across and swings over to the right-hand side, being the left-hander batter. You need a good eye to do that, because if you miss it, you can look a bit silly. But he's collected all 3 of them so far. Hit crisply again out to the cover sweeper. It's a bit more like normal cricket when it goes on that side of the field. Good 60, maybe 70 metre boundary. $13 already off this Anton Trist over. 14 in fact to finish it off. And England 52 without loss. Making it look easy. Will House 26 off 16. Andy Bairstow 27 from 14. And I think we're going to have a change of bowling. We are. Jamie Graham, who will have a sweat up after all the fielding he's done already, is going to have a bowl. Jamie Graham, yep. Right arm seam bowler from Auckland. Making his debut on this tour. Played both games against Scotland. Bowled pretty well. He's a bustling medium pacer from the Papatoetoe Club in Auckland. Okay, looks like the field is set. No slips already. After just 5 overs, they've been dispatched. And still only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-metre circle. That'll be the same for the next 10 overs, so New Zealand will have to try and survive this first power play. Jamie Graham bowling to Will House on Fire. They take a quick single. Looks like a no ball. So what was a good delivery turns out to be not such a good one because he overstepped. And that means Andy Bairstow will get a free hit. It was quite a late no ball call. He didn't call it as the bowler bowled. He waited until he was walking back to his mark before he put the arm out. I assume it was a front foot though. It wouldn't be for men outside the circle because there's only 1, 2, which is the amount you're allowed. Anyway, it is a free hit. Oh wait, maybe they do have 3 out. Oh, maybe Richard Petrie's not on the field. Okay. Good delivery from Jamie Graham. Well fielded by Leighton Johnston in the covers. Change of ball here for some reason. Maybe they've retrieved the original one that was hit over the fence. Great shot from Bairstow. It was full and he just hit through the line of the ball into the practice wickets or the artificial nets. 4 runs. Was wide, swung away from left-handed Bairstow. He just followed it and hit it nicely. So England continue to rollick along at around 10 and over, 59 after 6 they are. It's a great shot from Will House, just puts the bat in front of him and lets the ball hit it. And it's kind of like a, what do we call that, scoop? Down to fine leg for 4. And now he goes straight. It's going to go for 4. 1 bounce just inside the boundary at long on. So more aggression for Will House and more problems for New Zealand and Anton Trist in particular. He's gone for 40 runs. He's only halfway through his 4th over. Will House is reading him like a book. And it'll be another 4. This time through mid-wicket. It is great batting from Will House. He's a good player. You can see that. He's making it look so easy. He just leaned into that one. And this is probably going to go for 4 wides, I think. The keeper's chasing it. He's missed it. It's gone into the fence. What have we got? 5 wides. So pretty sloppy from New Zealand. After that good batting effort, they're not doing themselves many favours here. It was wide down the leg side, and then the keeper missed it as well. And it raced away. So 17 runs, all coming off 4 deliveries there. There was 4 consecutive 4s and then 5 wides. So I think that'll probably be the end of Trist. None for 49 from his 4 overs. And England are already more than a quarter of the way to their target of just 7 of their 45 overs. Run rate required is now under 5. And the run rate they're scoring at is nearly 11. Crisply hit into the covers by Bairstow. So Bairstow is another newcomer to the England setup this year, playing his 5th match of the season. Before this game he'd scored 212 runs at an average of 70, including a century, which he scored against Zimbabwe. Good take from Matt Everest down the leg side. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but we could be heading for a maiden. 5 dot balls. And it will be a maiden over. So, good comeback from Jamie Graham. In fact, he's been good. None for 6 off 2 overs. Grant bowling now. And it beats the fielder into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot again from Will House. Who's that fielding there? Might be the New Zealand skipper Robbie Frew. Tried to get across, but again really firmly hit by the England batsman. Goes again, similar shot, but this time to the left of Frew, and he's got no chance. Whistles away once again. And House is up to 47 off, just 26 deliveries. Damien Grant's first 2 deliveries, gone for 4. What can he come back with? Wide. 13 fours and 2 sixes already in the England innings. Just 8 overs. We have a little sprinkling of rain again. The sky has gone quite grey. Can't see any blue. And just a few drops of rain on the window in front of us. Noel, as a local, what do you reckon we're in for?
I think it'll pass.
Thinks it'll pass. All right.
And one of these ones that looks out window and takes it from there. I'm not into weather apps, I don't like that.
John Gary does well at point. Prevents a run. But England continue to score very, very freely. 86 after 9. Ten runs off that one. Will House attempts that favoured shot of his, the slog sweep, but he misses it. Hit on the pad, no run, no appeal. He's got hold of that one. And it's gone over long off for the umpires deciding. Seems like 4. He's brought up his 50, whatever it is. It's a 4. And he's 50 runs, or 52 off 31 deliveries. 9 fours and 2 sixes. Thank you, Noel. Goes again. There's a fielder out there, though. And he's got a big boundary to play with, that fielder, so he can keep it in and just down to 1. Bowled him! Finally some success for New Zealand, and it's appropriate that it's Jamie Graham who takes the wicket. Probably wasn't quite full enough for that full-blooded pull shot attempt by Andy Bairstow. And we've got the zing bails in action today, and they went zing. It was on his leg stump. It might have just caught a little bit of pad on the way through, but the leg stump ended up looking a little bit like Kevin Gilder's finger earlier in the day, dislocated off at a funny angle. So well done to New Zealand. They'll be pretty happy about that. It's cost them 91 runs, but they've taken a wicket. Andy Bairstow scored 31 off 27. Oh, okay, I thought he scored faster than that. All right, thank you, Noel. Yeah, 31 off 27. Will House has been doing most of the damage. And if New Zealand thought things were going to get easier, well, we've got Richard Trotman coming in now, one of the top batsmen in the world at this level. He's played 37 matches for England now, scored over 1,000 runs, 1,170 to be precise, at an average of 45, including 2 centuries. And then there's still Giles Eccleston, Stephen Foster, and so on to come. But New Zealand have won. And anything can happen. Trotman gets into the action with a boundary first ball. Cut away. Play it easy as you like, just leaning on it, sending it backward of square for 4 runs. So a successful over for New Zealand, but it did also concede 9 runs. Jeremy Graham has 1 for 15 after 3 overs. Well, Noel's local knowledge has proved accurate. The cloud has blown right past us in about 5 minutes, and it's nice blue sky again. I think we're in the clear now, mate.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I think it's the wind that's doing it as well.
Hmm. Nice quiet over from a New Zealand perspective from Damien Grant, just the one run off the first delivery, followed by 5 dots. And the run rate is below 9, so that'll be relief for the Kiwis. Although they would dearly like to get rid of Will House. Will House has scored 3 50-plus scores in his 3 matches, 93, 107, and now 54 not out. It's a good start to his international career. And you'll get just one more here, another aggressive drive, but fielder John Gary at mid-on keeps it to 1. Beautiful shot from Trotman, punching it away off the back foot for 4. It's a good shot of his. We've seen 2 boundaries come off similar shots, and England have brought up 100 after 11.2 overs.
50 minutes.
Yeah, less than an hour it's taken them to get there. It was just a little bit wide, not desperately wide, but probably 5th stump. And no one back at that. There is now on the cover boundary though. That's pretty much stopped by Andrew Hoare, and it does get away from him, but they just pick up 1. Pulled away for 4 more by Will House, a bit short from Jamie Graham. And Will House again strong on the leg side. So he's hit 10 boundaries and 2 sixes already, Will House. And you can add another boundary there, a beautiful off drive. So 11 fours and 2 sixes. It's
15 off that one.
44, 50, 56 of his. What's he on? 60.
63.
56. I think 56 of his 63 runs have come in boundaries.
11 fours, 2 sixes.
Yeah, 56 out of 63 in boundaries. So pretty impressive hitting from the England opening batter. Oh, and the field has slipped over, or tripped over, I suppose. It's Jamie Graham down at third man, and I think he otherwise would have cut it off, but it's gone for yet another boundary. You might see it in your screen here. No, it's just out of picture. I think he tripped over as he was running towards that ball, unfortunately. So the boundary's coming thick and fast here. Glorious shot. 2 bounces, smashes into the side screen, down at long off, crunching off drive from Richard Trotman. So he's getting into the fun as well. I think that's his 3rd boundary. It was full and straight, going for the Yorker, Damien Grant, but Trotman was having none of it. 4th boundary, in fact. More for Trotman, very similar to the shot he played in the last over off Damien Grant, just plonking the foot down the wicket and hitting it straight back over the bowler's head. And that's probably going to go for 4 more, I think. Cut away. That's the third strong cut shot we've seen from Trotman. And New Zealand really have no answer. Everything they try just gets met with more boundaries.